through silence, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chopper be singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out. We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this, so it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet.
Yo, what's up, turtle people? How's everyone doing out there today? Good, good, excellent. Welcome to the day 2 of the Karen Reed trial. I just got back from Dedham. It's only a half a day today, so it's going to start off with some fucking, man. It's going to start off with cross-examination of Officer Saraf, who was the first responding officer on the scene. Sorry I haven't had a chance to do a write-up on this. I'm meaning to, just busy, busy. And we're going through all the phone data extraction, which is just fucking wild. Wait till you guys see the story I eventually do on this. Oh my goodness gracious. It is like a Lifetime movie like you've never seen before, except it ends with me in jail. So it's, but then, I win, I get out. So it's all good. Anyway, so yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If anybody, and let me prop this up there for the turtle chats. Okay. Boom, let's put this in here, the turtle chat. Turtle chat. Okay, there it is. Pin that. Pin message. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. So welcome, guys. If anybody wants to have their messages read, we can do that. You guys checked me out on 𝗵𝗵𝗱𝗄𝗆 last night. That was a good show. You can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat, and I will read your message out loud to the class if you do that. Or you can cash at me at $UncleTurtleboy, and I'll read that out loud as well. So let me read. Hold on one sec. Okay. But yeah, it was like, what a disaster that was for the prosecution yesterday. In case there was any, and I'll go over this more tonight, but in case there was any doubt that this trial is not going to go well for the Commonwealth and for the McAlberts, it is like, they got nothing, man. They got nothing. They got 3 witnesses yesterday, 2 O'Keefes. Both said good things about Karen. Both said that their fights were typical of a couple, a couple that's in a relationship. And it just doesn't seem that, doesn't seem like anything, like she doesn't seem like, doesn't fit the profile of a crazy bitch. And that's literally their entire offense, is that Karen's a crazy bitch, because the evidence certainly doesn't help them. The evidence shows the opposite. The evidence shows that John was beaten up by a car, beaten up by people, and then thrown out in the lawn like trash in order to make it look like he got hit by a car, except it didn't make any sense. So it doesn't, if all the evidence is showing that Karen, this doesn't make sense. A doesn't equal B. This body does not look, is inconsistent with what a body would look like if it was hit by a vehicle. If that's not on your side, and all you got is she's a crazy bitch, and then the first 2 witnesses come up and they're like, yeah, she's actually a good influence. I think they called her a good influence, man. That's not off to a rough start. I don't know if Adam Lally even had a plan going into this, but if he did, and hopefully that wasn't the plan for his side, because Carrie's walking out of that courtroom and never going back until she sues they asses. So, yeah, and the nudes was interesting. Especially, that's a great point, especially the women jurors. That is resonating with a lot of people. I've noticed that. The nude stuff, which really is not that pertinent to how Karen Read was framed. But it's just like once you mention something like that, people just get it in your head, get in their head that you're an all-around scumbag. Like you're a cop and you're texting your buddies that you got her phone, like you're supposed to be a professional, and you're like, oh, looking for a nude, man. Let me see that snatch. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Proctor, yeah. Proctor's wild, dude. He'd be looking through phones, looking for fucking hot bitches. I mean, those are the kind of people that, don't go into law enforcement for the right reasons. Just scumbags, all around scumbags. And Lizzie Proctor is the kind of woman that marries somebody like that and is okay with that. It's like, not only is that a breach of the public trust, it's unethical, and it shows that you have no morals. I mean, in case anybody this is a bro culture. All these dudes, bukkake, like they go to fucking barstool shit. These are 40-year-old men who still say Saturdays are for the boys and shit like that. It's cringe. They're wicked cringe. All of these dudes, all of them. Tully, bukkake, Proctor. It's all the same shit. Fanning. They're all just a bunch of, overgrown frat bros who are going to look out for each other. And that's not going to play well with female jurors. It's not going to play well with any jurors. So they're off to a rough start. And we haven't even seen the messages. That was just brought up in opening statements. I haven't followed the McAlbert messaging on this. I haven't seen what they've been saying, but I'm assuming there was a lot of cope yesterday. I'm assuming that there was a lot of cope because it just, man, it is what it is. So Officer Saraf got up there yesterday and said there was one thing he said in particular that was ran contrary to something he said before in his report. I forget what it was. I'd have to go listen to it again. But man, that dude seems like he just doesn't want to be there, huh? Like, what's his problem? What's his problem? Also notice in the dash cam video, which I saw for the first time, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that dash cam footage. And I certainly haven't seen any proceeding dash cam footage in which Officer O'Keefe has his body wheeled out in a gurney and Karen Read is crying and with going like this. I haven't seen anything like that. And I certainly haven't seen Jennifer O'Keefe turn her back to O'Keefe as he's wheeled out so that she can continue on her conversation with Officer Saraf. I don't know anything about that. Nothing. And that's the first time I saw that yesterday. I've never seen that video before, ever. I never heard anything about it. I heard it might exist, but I certainly never saw it. And as you saw yesterday in that video, it shows that the guy driving up, there is less than an inch of snow on the ground. Less than an inch of snow on the ground. That directly contradicts Jennifer McCabe's lie to Trooper Prince that there was 6 inches of snow on the ground. 6 inches of snow on the ground. That's what she said. The dash cam clearly shows that was a lie. What happens when we show up there? Notice Karen is not wearing any jacket or anything like that. She's running on pure adrenaline. She is, as somebody would, if they were frantically looking for their missing boyfriend and suddenly found his body and performed CPR. Jennifer McCabe, on the other hand, it's like just another day at the office with her hoodie on. What does she do when Saraf arrives? Immediately starts speaking to him, schmoozing him, doesn't look at John O'Keefe's body at all. Nothing. That's what we saw in that video yesterday. Now, keep in mind that video, if you look at the timestamp on it, it's getting close to 6:15 in the morning when this is going on. Remember, 6:23 or 6:24. Jennifer McCabe once again Googles how long to die in cold at 6:24. They would have us believe that woman, Karen Read, that we saw in that video, that she was so in a state of hysteria, was like, and you saw what happened every time Jen McCabe tries to compare Karen, pushes her away. It's great. And they would have us believe that this hysterical woman, Karen Read, just was like in the midst of this panic attack, says to Jennifer McCabe, Jen, Google how long to die in cold. Google that for me. That's the first thing that comes across her mind is like, let's ask Jeeves. Let's Google this. Oh my, who would ever believe that? How stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be? There's only one reason for Jennifer McCabe to Google that at 6:24, and that is to an attempt to mask or erase the previous Google search, which 𝗀𝗏 says that she deleted at 2:27 a.m. for how long to die in cold. She realized what a mistake it was when she Googled that at 6:27, and she Googled it later on in an attempt that maybe if I Google it now, it will somehow overwrite it. And they keep talking about Ian Whiffin's report and 𝗪𝗪𝗂 HYDE's report. I can't wait to see it because I've seen 𝗪𝗪𝗂 HYDE's report. I've read 𝗪𝗪𝗂 HYDE's report. I see what it says. It says that when she Googled that at 6:24, it comes up as a previous search. How are they going to explain that? It literally says right on it, she previously searched for that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, so have you guys been following what's the scuttlebutt from the McAlbert Mafia? I mean, how are they coping with it? What's the cope looking like? I'd like to know. I really get off on the cope sometimes. I'd be curious to see. I got a Cash App here, a little turtle chat. Let me read this one. First one of the day. And we have Michael Kearney sends $5, says Saraf has been coached to lie. Did he eat 𝗙𝗏𝗏? Okay, thank you. And N Rosa sends $15 and says super spicy ranty today. Let's go. Absolutely. Absolutely. So do we have any turtle chats? Let's see. I got a couple turtle chats to bang through here. Okay. Tiff sends $5, says, did you think the O'Keefe testimony was going to go that way? No, I thought they'd have more than that. I thought they'd try to, make her seem crazier than that. They just, if their goal was to make her seem crazy, they completely failed. Like Paul O'Keefe gave great testimony. There's a reason that they didn't cross-examine him. They didn't bother. Like, no, that went well. We're good. We're all set. Thank you for that. Sean sends $10 and says the first officer on the scene said that she said it was her fault she did it. But if I'm not mistaken, he never put that in a report. Thank you, Sean. That was exactly what I was talking about. He said on the stand, Saraf said, and I'm assuming they're going to call him out on this today. That he said that Karen Reed said that, what was the quote again? It was her fault that she did it. He didn't say anything about it was my fault in Saraf's report. That guy looks like a fat fuck. Like one of those like lazy townie cops who didn't, I mean, he looked like he was bothered to be there. Like, sorry, bro. Yeah, I know. You're just kind of punching the clock till retirement because we know. But a woman's life is on the line here and you were the first person there. So like, yeah, his report said, is she dead? Yeah, we should look through that report and see how it counters or runs contrary to what he said on the stand. That's interesting. He never put that in any reports, nor did he find any taillight pieces. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're going to ask him about that. So did you find any taillight? We'll see. We could talk about that momentarily, what we think he's going to ask. So thank you for that. Don't know, Mr. Sean. We got $50 from other Sean. It says, haven't caught alive in a minute. Unc's looking sexy as fuck. Ooh, nice. Shout out to the OG Turtle Riders and welcome to the new riders. You're too kind, Sean. You're too kind. It's very flattering. Thank you. Bart sends $10, says she tried to kill him, yet then tried to save him by performing CPR. I know. What a bunch of mooks trying to sell us this rubbish. I know. They're a bunch of mooks. And she somehow knew that, like, yeah, I'll just back into him and that'll do it. That'll do it. And they actually said they're going with the 24 miles an hour in reverse, which I'm psyched about. They're going with he went 24 miles an hour reverse for 62 feet. We know that is physically impossible because I've recreated it. I'm a real journalist. By the way, you want to see this salty cunt on what is Surviving the Survivor's problem? Do you guys watch this guy? Watch this panel yesterday. These jamokes. Watch this.
Know about that because it's against the law to reveal it publicly. New docuseries coming out about him. Never, and most reporters, people who pretend to be journalists, they don't want to involve themselves in the story, but he's really become a big part of this story. Just, I'm curious, what do you make of his involvement? It was also revealed that he was having a lot of phone conversations with Karen Read herself, that reportedly he was given a car, all sorts of things. And he's really driven a lot of the narratives. I mean, he's done it.
He reportedly was given a car. What is he talking about? And if he's, like, I've had many conversations with Joel. If he wants to have me on, why doesn't he invite me on to talk about this? Reportedly was given a car. Reportedly by who? Who reported that? Literally no one has reported that. No one. No one. That's it. Besides, oh, you mean the fake pregnant chick? That chick? Oh, she said it, so it must be true. There you go, Joel. There you go. I mean, he could have me on, but apparently now listen to this idiot. This is the WBZ legal analyst. Something wrong.
His perspective, he's done a really good job. He's gotten the word out there, but it's been pretty one-sided. Curious about your thoughts.
Yeah. So the reports are that, and it's actually confirmed that Karen Read's brother bought a car for Turtleboy.
It's actually confirmed that Karen Read's brother bought a car from Turtleboy. That's what this fucking idiot Jennifer Roman said. She's a divorce attorney or something. She's like the WBZ legal analyst. I'm going to repeat what she just said there. This is what's called defamatory. This is defamation. When you say something, when you just lie like this, just lie, not like it's been whatever. She just listen to the irony here.
Yeah. So the reports are that, and it's actually confirmed that Karen Read's brother bought a car for Turtleboy.
It's actually confirmed that Karen Read's brother bought a car from Turtleboy. No, it's not. That is a fucking lie. You lying sack of shit. You pathetic liar. You shameless media whore. No, it is not confirmed, you idiot. It's actually confirmed otherwise. It says in their own reports that I paid for that vehicle with my hard-earned money. So that's what she says. She starts off with this blatant lie, and then listen to the irony of this.
And then there are reports that Karen Read was providing him with information that had not yet been made public. It was part of the investigation, sort of stuff that she would have known. So look, I think it's so important that we have a healthy, balanced discussion and different opinions like we've been doing today and like we've been seeing in the chats. What concerns me is when somebody like Turtleboy is representing things as truth when they haven't been vetted and they haven't been proven to be true. That's not.
She just said she's concerned about me saying things when they haven't been vetted and they haven't been proven to be true. Just seconds after saying that I got a free car from Nathan Read. Just literally seconds after saying that. You cannot make up this sort of irony. You can't do it. Can you believe that? This is an attorney saying this. The WBZ legal analyst. By the way, has the trial still hasn't started yet? Let me know when. I have it going on over there, but can you believe this shit? She goes on.
It's not good journalism, right? That's just sensationalism.
Sensationalism, right?
And that's what concerns me about some of his quote unquote reporting.
So here's what I want you guys to do because he's ignoring me. Okay. Okay. So I messaged. I'm going to show you my message with Joel. Sent him a message. Said, "Hey man, I just watched your stream today in which blatantly defamatory information was spread about me. Nathan Read did not buy me a car. That is laughably ridiculous. And if you're going to talk about it, why not just have me on to discuss? Because he's invited me on before. It's fell through, whatever." And then he goes, "I followed it up, made sure to. She stuck by it. We're covering this extensively. Let's get you on the end of this week or next week. Will be fun to have you back." Okay. So that's fine if he wants to have me on. We'll see. We'll see. But this is a lie. This is defamatory. So feel free. The evidence is all out there. I quite literally, we published when I was in jail, the check that I fucking paid for this car. I paid for it in one payment. I paid for it. I earned that shit. It's a proud accomplishment that I was able to do that, to have no car payments. It's a nice thing because I earned every dollar in my bank account I earned. And the police know this because they have my bank records. They went through my bank records. So Joel's Twitter account, if you'd like to, is if you'd like to speak to him about, just at podcast STS. At podcast STS. Okay. Her name is Jennifer Roman. She is from WBZ. I couldn't find a Twitter account on her. But if you'd like them to know the truth, and they shouldn't be able to get away with lies like this. This isn't a difference of opinion. This is a woman who is allegedly an attorney who's in a position where people are supposed to trust her because she's a legal analyst, making up lies. Lies.
Is that it was not actually factually correct.
Oh, it's not factually correct.
But again, a healthy dialogue, a discussion, taking different viewpoints and looking at cases from different angles. I think that's very much part of our system, and it's a great aspect of our system. But I think we all need to be cautious about what we put out there and make sure that what we're putting out to the public, and we have that kind of platform, that it's accurate. That's our obligation. Yes. At least that's how I see mine when, I do these kinds of spots, is I want to be accurate, and tell you what I know. And if I don't know, I'm going to say I don't know, or I haven't heard that. But Turtleboy definitely crossed the line and certainly wasn't unbiased. Right.
Oh, sure, he wasn't unbiased.
And it's important to say he served jail time, and he might go. He's facing I don't know. Do you know the status?
What's the purpose that he served jail time? Why even bring what does that have to do with anything? He served, so it's smearing. Okay, well, he's clearly a liar. He served jail time. Oh, okay. What did I serve jail time for, Joel?
He's facing other charges still, right?
He is facing other charges still.
This is the whole point. This is the whole purpose of charging me, is just so they could be like, well, he's not believable. He was charged with a crime. That's all this was. It wasn't to lock me up. It was to hurt my reputation. My reporting is too successful, and all you people know it. And I told Inside Edition, I'm not that charming. I cannot convince people of a lie. I can't convince all these people of something that's a lie. I'm reporting truth. People are looking at my evidence and the receipts that I'm bringing. And you're like, yeah, this dude backs up everything that he says. Everything. I assure you, I cannot fool this many people. I am not that charming. I promise you.
Which include witness intimidation. So
exactly.
I don't see anyone.
The allegations are that it continued even after his first arrest.
No, actually, the allegations are not that it continued after the arrest. It's actually not an allegation at all. The allegation after my arrest was that some 𝗺𝗄, that's what she is, a 𝗺𝗄, lied and said that I assaulted her. Those charges have been dropped, and she has been revealed as a pathological liar. And my rights to go to the courthouse have been amended by Judge Pomeroy last week, because this lying 𝗺𝗄 went on this, told police a blatant lie. And wait till you see what she did on the morning. We have her entire Google search history now. She had been searching for fake abortion shit the whole time, fake pregnancy stuff the whole time. We have her entire search history now. We know everything she did, everything on that morning before she called Brian Tully, and it's all coming out because I bring receipts, unlike some people. Thank you to Lieutenant Tully for just giving us this shit and throwing her under the bus, because that's what Tully did. Tully just she was useful to him. She got me locked up for 60 days, and then he just threw her ass under the bus, and it ran her the fuck over. That's what happened. That's what happened. So that's the truth of the matter. And it's all coming out. It's all coming out. But back to the Karen Read trial, which is what we're here for. We're still waiting on the cross-examination. What do you guys think? I'm generally curious. It's going to happen today. Like, what do you, let me check in on the Karen Read. Let's see. What are people saying in the Karen Read courtroom? I see a bunch of people are tweeting at podcast SES. Interesting. Why are you letting Jennifer Roman spread lies? Yikes, man. You guys are, it's true. So Ted Daniel says, good morning from the court where testimony continues in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. We finished yesterday afternoon with Saraf on the stand. He was one of the first. I thought this was supposed to start at 9. What's the delay people are saying? Nothing. No response. Okay. Sue O'Connell says from NBC says that the defense and court staff have been inside the courtroom. Prosecutors and spectators have entered. Okay. So that means I think we're getting ready here. Okay. Is it, I wonder if the accident, because it was a parking lot on both 95 and 93 this morning. And I assume they still stay in South Boston. I don't know if they still stay there at the Omni Seaport Hotel after 𝗪𝗏𝗏 𝗵𝗍𝗃 and the fake victim started stalking them. But it appears as if, like, if they do that, then you either take 95 or 93, and both of them were parking lots today. Like, to get back to Boston today for me from Dedham, it's like usually you take 95 or 93. We went through fucking like Hyde Park, Mattapan, Dorchester, like back roads. It was like the fastest way. It took me like an hour. It was insane. So yeah, maybe the Karen Reed entourage got stuck in traffic. I don't know. See, I did see the Melanie Little stuff going after the trolls or whatever, and she had a good rant the other day about it. But let me just say this about that. I think she should ignore them. That's what I think. Melanie Little is too big for them and too good for them, and that it's beneath her to even acknowledge them. That's what I think. And I do think I know the one thing. Like, if you're gonna go on, if you're a lawyer and you go on there and you say you're gonna sue people, you better do it, because you don't want to be one of those people who says you're going to sue and then you don't. You know, you don't want to do that. And as somebody who has been sued for defamation many times and never lost, I know that the bar for defamation in this state is extremely high. So I don't know. I would just recommend to her be above it. Like, she's way too big for them and way too relevant for them to even waste her time on them. But if you're going to say you're going to sue, you better sue, because you don't want to be that person that goes online and says you're going to sue and then doesn't sue. I mean, you got to do it. So I don't know. And I don't know. I mean, I guess if she wants to do it, go ahead. But I don't know what she's going to sue him for. Like, and again, that's exactly like Grant is out there calling me a fucking rapist and shit. Like, it's just like, I could engage with him about that, but I will not do, like, no. You will not. We will not get in a back and forth about such a defamatory lie. And I could sue Grant, but he's fucking broke. So how is that a useful, use of my time and my money to go after that? Okay, so the trial's starting now, people are saying. I mean, I have it up there. Is it starting? Oh, here. Why wasn't
commute today? Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated. Thank you for being so confident. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please?
There we go.
This way.
Cross-examination.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Child, mind you're still under oath.
Chair, yes, sure. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Officer Saraf. Morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday? What you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Saraf, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording?
Yes.
And it's supposed to be accurate?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whoever, whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
The address. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene?
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
May I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
Eye exam, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Mullaney and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09:33, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's correct.
And then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yeah? No,
You've never seen the dispatch log?
no,
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
no, I didn't.
All right, but without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise? Yeah.
Not in order, no, it's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's
I'm
highlighted.
sorry.
I'm like,
I don't have the document.
that's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
Sure, yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yep.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
Would it
jury.
refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony? May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Saraf, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other
Check out the tweet I
officers'
put out
reports
about Sarah.
that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those were just mistakes,
No, it's
Yes.
Scrivener's errors.
over and over and over.
Yes.
That's good. Over and over and over. Yeah, the jury's believing.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Kearney was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
Objection? I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection?
What?
There's just no question.
No, he can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet.
Have a seat.
Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Kerry Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
purchase.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Kerry Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw the dash cam video. Was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you? Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
The answer's no. Why does he want to?
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you? Did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Nope.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Sustained? How is that not relevant? That Brian Albert's a first responder and didn't come outside.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Oh, finally.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
Thank you. At that point?
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, do
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of.
So that would be January 29th,
That's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to be as accurate as possible,
Yes.
as comprehensive as possible,
Yes.
and as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?"
Yeah, that's the
She
report.
was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened.
Look at the tweet I just
Correct.
put, guys.
That's correct.
Fair approach.
Yes.
Just read the tweet. I literally just put this out. The difference between what he said yesterday.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
Sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only three words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No.
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Wow, he's killing it.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury.
Oh,
By the Commonwealth.
this is,
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
the fine.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with Anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
no,
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
no. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022 at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
Ooh, no.
Ooh. You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Get him.
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
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 Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
Oh, I can't wait to. I bet you
The
Alan.
whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
He remembers.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
Sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman who you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault."
He forgot to say that.
Just missed that one.
Missed that one.
Yes?
Yes, I missed it. I didn't know the time.
Give me a fucking break. What a fucking lying
And then, of course,
pig.
you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday, you said, that my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? That yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, I think her statement would just keep evolving.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask,
Yep.
trying to assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26.
This guy's such a liar.
This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this up. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. And pause it. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Awesome. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay.
That's me.
Let's replay it one more time.
Here we go. My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home.
Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully about 9 seconds after you say what happened for a woman's voice and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Sure.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see Counsel 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗏 for just a minute, please?
Be right back. Gotta take a leak.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles?
Yes.
But basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at
I
the
want to draw
time.
your attention to
34.
the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Kerry Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop there. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
appears to be a person, yes,
walking from right to left?
yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house.
Look at the time.
See that?
6:34, by the way. 6:30.
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, yes. I saw the shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Saraf, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not.
Wow. They were right. Bombshells were coming.
We've talked
Wow.
a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times.
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
Yes.
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes.
and the area adjacent to the body.
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
Yes.
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
No tail light. No tail
You
light.
certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
No.
or any other clothing of his?
I didn't. No.
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house
No.
for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
It
Nope.
never
I
crossed.
think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No,
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol?
What?
no,
For you or anybody else?
no,
I gotta throw a dead body on my lawn.
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
nope,
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So that timestamp on that video said 6:35. So John.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
That went well. That went real well. What do Apollo Crews think already? Oh, he's asking him more.
Morning.
You were asking questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022, in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McCabe?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road, from that address, come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about some
No one else had a
addresses
body on the front
Fairview,
lawn.
whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It would be next to each other in sequential order.
There is no 35.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the call of the call officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
That one.
Okay.
So this is a young guy. This is Mullaney. He's like
Stephen Mullaney.
hadn't been on the job for that long. The rookie, young guy. That's what he says. I'm going to bring up his report too. Let's see what Mullaney's report says. Mullaney's report said that Karen Reed said, "Is he dead? And that's my boyfriend," and that she was hysterical and distraught.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And it's Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for the... Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And where is, well, about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview
What a stupid
Road
question.
from
Who cares?
Cedar Crest.
Who cares?
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall the how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Saraf from the Kearney Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles, or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was 𝗺𝗿𝗄𝗆. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to 𝗺𝗿𝗄𝗆?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did? I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground. And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw our Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah, Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
Okay. With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
Fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. So, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
What?
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
6 inches?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you do?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Ms. McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Ms. Rose?
Ms. McCabe's the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed,
of course, you talk to McCabe.
What, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?"
When you say screaming, in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
You know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And After the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defended, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what if any conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what if anything else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. To stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, I'm gonna direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it.
What do we got here?
So, Officer Mullaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for Exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry. Exhibit number 9. And Officer Mullaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, has been previously marked as Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
Is that how it's depicted in that photograph? Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mullaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's he trying to say? Phone was under him?
Sir, the reason that I'm going to try not to find anybody. This is a laser point, which we can push that button there. And
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks.
The police took this, I believe.
I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I bet they do. I bet David United does. Here we go. What's he getting
Good morning,
at
officer.
here?
Good morning.
His testimony.
Officer Mullaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, I was full time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that, no.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Yep.
Objection, Your Honor.
What? I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
No. I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay,
feet.
so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
You missed the taillight. Y'all blocked.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes. The taillight. Where's the taillight?
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't know. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for a clue to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Tail light.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
Why not?
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
So weird. I feel like that's a little bit irrelevant. What do I know?
You had testified that
You never mentioned.
at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you hear her ask? Of course not. Yeah. You never heard her ask.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
He was right by the two of them. And she says at 6:23, she asked me to Google how long did I in cold. That's why it appeared at 6:24. Did you hear her say that? Nope.
Officer Mullaney.
That's ridiculous.
You've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay. Was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residents in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
They didn't have a body on their lawn. Brian Albert did. What aren't they getting about?
I have nothing further.
I mean, that they really think that's
One question, if I might.
Okay.
you really think that's the point? That, like no one else came out of
And
their
I
house?
don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer
Thank
on
you.
their front lawn?
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you. It's just like,
All right,
think that's
folks,
a point?
it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
I think that's like a good point. Like, come on. Stop it. What are they doing? They really thought that was like a good point? Wow. I mean, I'm going to tweet that out. Bring Fairview Road came out of their house. Weird. Probably because unlike Brian, they didn't have the body of a dead cop on their front lawn. And their sister wasn't standing outside. Like, what the fuck? Like, I think that's the best they have, dude. I mean, really. Seriously, bro. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Oh my gosh. I just got a picture of I still get updates on Ryder, even though I was unable to take on the responsibilities. Because I mean, like, how would I do it with this trial? It'd be really hard. I'm not gonna but so I'm still getting updates about Ryder. And check this out. This is Ryder right now. Yeah, Ryder is Free Karen Reed team. We have been informed. Let me pull this up. Oh, there she is. There she is, Free Karen Reed. Okay. All right. So, what do you guys think so far? What are your thoughts on this? Let me read a couple turtle chats while I get the chance, actually. We have Susan sends $10 and says, "You're doing a great job covering the trial." Well, thank you, Susan. I hope to be in there one day. You know, I mean, I did go to, they have limited spots, you know, but like, I like to point out, you know, to whoever gets those 10 seats in the Reed side, like, I did go to jail for this. I'm just saying, I did go to jail for this. Like, the reason I had bail in the first place is because I took up the cause of Karen Reed. That's why they came after me, because I took up the cause. So, you know, I think it's time. I think I deserve an invite. I love Peter Murphy. I see he's in there twice. Like, I feel like I deserve a spot. I'm just going to go out there and say it. That'd be nice. So thank you very much for that one. Next up, Jersey sends $5 and says, "Thank you for all your hard work, dedication, not to mention sacrifices. Love you, Daddy. Free Karen Reed and Daddy. Hugs for Jersey." Oh, you don't have to call me Dad. You can call me that if you want. I like Doctor, but maybe I'll redo the moniker of that. But we'll see. Thank you. Next up from let's see. Donna sends $10 and says, "Saraf was off the charts nervous, squeezing both hands together. Also, if okay was a hit and run and left during a blizzard to be discovered almost 5 or 6 hours later, there would not be a faint coating as the body as he testified." Exactly. Exactly. Couple cash apps here. Bring these up. Tammy sends $10 and says, Greg, you'll always suck with a big Q. Take that, Greg. Russell sends $5. No comment, but thank you, Russell. He also sent $10 with no comment. Thank you, Russell. Okay. Tyrone sent $5 and says, the police officer said 6 inches of snow, but a light dusting on John O'Keefe. Yeah. $10 from Tim Doherty says, an old masshole following down here in Savannah. I might have read that one already. But okay, cool. If anyone else would like to donate and have their message read out loud, you can click on the turtle chat at the top, donate whatever you want, and write a message. I will read it out loud when I get it, or you can cash at me at $UncleTurtleboy. Okay. Let's see. No, I'm banned from Venmo. Banned from Venmo, unfortunately. I've been kind of delisted by all the tech companies a long time ago. But, yeah. All right, cool. All right. Why don't I take any? How do you guys think it's going? Sorry, I haven't been able to read all the comments here. The last question was there any other streets? Was there any other houses on Fairview Road that had a dead body on it? Because Lally keeps bringing up the fact that, did anyone else come out? Lally is trying to establish that it's not unusual for Brian Albert not to come outside when there's a dead body on his front lawn and first responders everywhere, by saying that, well, no one else on Fairview Road came out of their house, to which Yannetti pointed out, obviously, well, did anyone else have a dead body on their lawn? And it was objection sustained. But, you know, the jury still heard that. And there's that. So, yeah, I'm saying I would love to get a spot in the courtroom a couple times. You know, I feel like I've earned it. You know, I understand seats are limited, but like, I feel like I've done a lot. I feel like the legal defense fund would not have that much money in it had we not taken up the cause. And I understand that there's some controversy around being associated with me, but I think we're past that. I think we need to get over that, and you got to stand by your man. Ultimately, like, I'm just going to come out. You got to stand by the dude that went to jail for this and has been there 1,000% of the way. And if you're afraid of being associated with me, and then it's just like, it's unfortunate. So hopefully we get the invite. Let's just put it that way. I'll be very disappointed if we don't. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Did you give Ryder to Christy Nome? No. What did Christy Nome do to her dog? Something bad? I don't know. I saw people were talking about her, but I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. The next witness, I don't know. Yeah, leaf blower. That didn't. They didn't even bring up the red solo cups. You know. Do we know if Jen McCabe went into the house? Yeah, according to the police report, she did. She just walked in. The door was unlocked, and she's the one that said that she woke up her sister. That's the story that they're going with. She went in there at 6:35, according to the reports. When are we getting to fun witnesses? It'll get funner and funner. You know, they're starting boring, but you know, when are they going to bring? How is Michael Proctor? Like, you would think they would call their lead investigator. So, I mean, they're still going to have to bring up all the Cam police guys, which means Good and Gallagher got to come up, and Lank. That should be easy. She did not shoot her. Why would she shoot her dog? Why would she do that? Why would Christy Nome shoot her dog? Why? How do we know Jen McKee went into the house? It's on video. You didn't see the video? And the police report says so. She says that she went into the house and that she is the one who woke them up. She calls on her call log Matt McCabe at 6:35, and he comes over shortly thereafter. All right. Yeah, I saw your message. Thank you all, bro. I appreciate it. It's not a matter of getting there early. It's a matter of, like, they get to decide who goes in. So that would be cool. That would be cool. I'm just sick. Bukkake and Tully never knocked on my door. Well, Ernie, it's funny because now that we have the data extraction from the fake victim's cell phone, we see that she does attempt to report you to the Medfield police. Actually, she does attempt to do that, and to the you'll see, it's all going to come out. Okay. No, she did not. Why didn't she just rehome it? Why would she shoot her dog because it was untrainable? Oh, it killed livestock and was aggressive. Can't she just euthanize the dog? Why you need to shoot it? Yeah, I mean, Grant's not there today, luckily, but. Oh, we shot the dog 20 years ago. I don't know. So is that normal? Do you shoot dogs in the country a lot? I don't know. Higgins will eventually get called up. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an 8-week trial, bro. Oh, anyone do a wellness check on Jules? I'm sure they have a different spin on it. I can only imagine the spin that they're putting on this one. It's like the cope with these people is just, if you looked up cope in the dictionary, you would just find a bunch of the anti-Karen Reed tweets in there, and it's just glorious. Yeah, I don't think it's going. I mean, I'm not sure what punches the prosecution has landed thus far. I've seen many by the. I mean, how masterful, by the way, was Alan Jackson with Saraf. Just if that is a sign of things to come, it is going to be. I loved how it was just like, so you testified in front of the state grand jury that she said, what was the exact quote that we put in there? That he heard Karen say, "It's my fault. I did it." Yet that was not in his police report. The police report was written just a couple hours after he witnessed this happen. He didn't mention anything about, "It's my fault. I did this." But in April, when he testified in front of the state grand jury, he said that she said that. And he's like, so your memory got improved. Your memory improved. You remembered things in April that you couldn't remember in January. I mean, how does that look to a jury? AKA what the jury's going to take from that is that she didn't say that. Like, she didn't say, they don't believe that she said that. No one believes that. Yeah, Officer Good should be good, to say the least. Yeah, that WBZ bitch. Yeah, like I need her. I need her contact. Anyone give me her contact? I want to write her cease and desist. Like, that's defamatory. She's a lawyer. She should know better. No, I'm banned from Venmo. It takes 2 seconds to download Cash App, but you'll thank me later. Cash App's dope. That'd be really cool. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with the comments. You email, give me your email. Send me your email in a message, Jay Mansfield, if you have that lady's email. How long is this break? 15 minutes, they said. All right. So yeah, morning recess. We'll see what's happening so far. Any other streams we could be watching right now in the meantime? Kill some time. Let's just kill something. Hopefully not Chrissy Gnome's dog. We'll kill something, but not that. Thank you. Thank you for the person who just sent that. What are some fun videos we can watch in the meantime? Videos, let's see. could watch the mellow sex video. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Press Jen's 911 call doesn't add up. Cops arrive. Let's see. Turtleboy urging peaceful protest. Getting a couple cash apps here. Meanwhile, let me read some of these. Well, maybe we'll start on some 𝗵𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀 in a minute. Let me read. Alice Cameron sends $15 via Cash App and says, thanks for all of the work. Thank you very much, Alice. I appreciate that. Jeffrey sends $10 and says, wouldn't the pics of the house have timestamps? They do. Oh, those ones. Yeah, they would have metadata on them too. Yeah. Alien Mermaid sends $5 and says, let's go day 2. Let's get them. Absolutely. Do we have any turtle chats here? We do. Got some turtle chats here. Dunce Cap sends $5 and says, that officer's observation skills are phenomenal. Yes, they are. Michael sends $10 and says, 𝗟𝗆 has already given up. He's just going through the motions at Morrissey's bidding. Basically. I mean, he's got nothing. He's so bad. And the national consensus from like new media, even like Julie Grant, who wants to watch Karen Fry for some reason, is just like, that's it? It's like, yeah, bitch, that's all they got. I don't know if you've been paying attention. It's literally all they have. They have nothing. I mean, these people that just Johnny-come-latelys with this story that suddenly have an opinion about it. We've been watching 𝗟𝗆 for quite some time. We know he's full of shit. We know so much more about this. All you watching right now are much more informed about this than any of the bloviating idiots you've seen on television. Doreen sends $10 and says, Turtle is the heart of Boston. Very true. Very true. Shelly sends $5 and says, will the leaf blower testify? Doubtful. Amy sends $25 and says, you should be in the courtroom. Well, hopefully we get my ass in there eventually, because I just want to see the look on the jurors' faces from, when this shit's happening. I want to see their reactions. I think that matters. I think that matters. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. If anyone else wants to donate, Turtle Chat is linked to the top of the chat, or you can Cash App at $Uncle_Turtleboy. Okay. The name of the reporter from WBZ is Jennifer Roman. If you guys want to send Jennifer Roman an email, her email, I'm told, is JCR at 𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆.com. JCR at I'm going to write it down. 𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆.com. 𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆 That's her email. Okay. Yeah, 𝗕𝗏𝗃, exactly. I need like the feedback of the jurors. That's what I want to see is like what kind of impact. You know, maybe we'll see it for better witnesses. You know, maybe I'll be in there when better witnesses are involved. Like I got that major victory in court last week. I'd like to utilize it, you know? Oh, thank you, Andy Marie. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Glad to have you aboard. Let's watch some funny videos. Are you any good videos? How dare they? Rolling in Canton, hanging with Carl, the Justice Rally, getting DPW, visiting the Proctors, visiting Jen McCabe. Hey, what's really relevant to this? Canton recreation of the scene. Okay. Today is the day. How about this one?
Hey, Lally, are you in on the cover-up, or are you just a useless government stooge?
Whoa.
Mr. Lally, why are you lying about Jen McCabe's kids not being in that photo with Michael Proctor? It's clearly them, Mr. Lally. Are you in on the cover-up? Are you worried about going to jail? Mr. Lally, you should be.
Now, what you're about to see, they claim this is a felony here. They want you to do this felony.
Jen, why did you Google how long did I in cold at 2:27 in the morning, Jen? Any comment on that? Any comment on that? I see you guys wearing Justice for JJ shirts. How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder?
Look at this. Look at this.
Any comment on that? Why you Googled that at 2:27? Any comment, Mr. McCabe?
Look at that face.
Any comment? How can you show your face in court? Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you ashamed? What are you hiding? What did you do? Why did you delete all those phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
I'm just curious.
Why did you delete all those phone calls?
Yeah.
Why did you delete your Google search, Mr.
Who
McCabe?
deletes phone calls like that?
Mr. McCabe, I believe you said that you saw Karen Reed drive south on Fairview Road. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, he gave me
Nice
those
to see you
shoulders.
guys got dressed up for court, though. Looking sharp. Looking sharp.
True.
So, I believe you guys both said that you saw Karen Reed drive south. Is that correct? South? So then how could she do a 3-point turn then if she was traveling south on that
And they
road?
abandoned the
Any comment on
theory
that?
after this. They abandoned the theory
No?
as soon as I said that.
Make sense to you?
Now they're going with 62 feet in reverse.
Why were you up at 4:53 in the morning, Miss McCabe?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go to sleep? Were you
Yeah.
drinking that night?
Weird.
You often drink a lot of alcohol, go to the bar, and then stay up till 4:53. Truth and justice, we're looking for it right now.
Yeah.
We're looking for it. A Boston police officer was murdered in cold blood. And these people right here, who you're looking at, these people right here, they covered it up. They participated in the murder of a Boston police officer. These are cop killers, ladies and gentlemen.
They don't like
That's
this.
a cop killer
This is
right
this
there.
Intimidation part
Cop
of this.
killer.
You can't call them cop killers.
Cop killer.
Quite clearly
That's
what they
you
did.
are.
The evidence shows
That's all
that.
you're ever going to be, is a cop killer.
They want you to believe that's
Disgusting.
felony, what you just witnessed there. Yeah, like,
Disgusting.
I was sent to jail for this shit. Like, can you believe this?
All right.
I mean, what? That's not illegal. Stop it. Stop it. What else do we got? Let's see the game, the one where we go to the game, the lacrosse game. This is the one. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 hates this one. It's like, you went to the lacrosse game. You know? Oh yeah. And I'm gonna do the new Ratchet Madness shortly. Don't worry, that's coming. There we go. I don't like masks. I'm not a mask guy, but it was helpful idea. Jim Record. There we go.
Hey, Matt, how you doing, pal?
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing? How you doing?
How short you were.
Hey, Jen, how you doing? Fancy seeing you here. How are you?
All right.
So how did court go the other day?
Went great.
Sorry, do you have a child on the team?
Do you?
I do, so I'm trying to watch.
No, I'm at a public event, so I can do whatever I want. So anyway,
Oh.
so Jen, I have a question. Did you think that you could outsmart Karen Reed? Did you? Do you think that's funny? Do you think that's funny? How long
Weird.
did I in cold? What is this gentleman doing? Look at that.
I'm the one being intimidated.
Hey, Jen.
He's like touching me.
Are you worried about what's going to happen to your family when you go to
Touch me.
jail?
Don't touch me.
Why are you shaking,
Touch
dude?
me again.
Why are you
Touch me
shaking?
again. Touch me
So
again.
Jen, are you worried about what's going to happen when your kids go to jail?
Touch me again.
When you go to jail, I apologize.
Touch
To
me.
your children. Are you worried at all
Huh?
about that?
Huh?
Huh?
Touch
Oh,
me.
what's going on here?
Oh, you're so fast.
Oh, what are we
I
doing?
didn't know how short you were.
Jen, did you think that you could outsmart Karen Reed? Yes or no? Did you? Why did you Google how long to die in cold, Jen? Why did you Google how long to die in cold, Jen? Why did you Google how long to die in cold, Jen? Do you have any answer for that?
Is that the perfect that was just?
Do you have any answer for that? Miss McCabe, do you have any answer for that? Why should I leave, sir? I just have some questions. I just want to know why she Googled how long to die in cold. I just wanted to know why she Googled how long to die in cold. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Can I see this?
I'm just curious. I'm being assaulted by an umbrella man. What is going on here? What is happening right now? What is happening?
My friend.
What is happening?
This is a sporting event, activities for you guys. So I'm filming.
This is what?
So go film them someplace else.
Why do we have to put it? We could have our phone out in public. We're just trying to watch a lacrosse game, sir.
This is a school-sponsored event.
Yes, it is. How do you feel about murder of police officers? How do you feel about murder of police officers? Okay. Well, she murdered a police officer.
No, that is so untrue.
Oh, it's not. Then why did she Google how long to die in cold?
She did it. It's already been proven wrong.
Oh, wait, really? How has it been proven wrong? How long? How has it been? I didn't hear anything. How did you? Well, so how is it proven wrong, Matt?
By journalists.
How is it proven wrong, sir? How? So are you saying that forensic expert Richard Green is wrong? Are you saying that forensic expert Richard Green is wrong? Is that what you're saying right now, sir? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm just curious.
Wrong. No, it's not. Shut up. So let's address this comment, right? She says, Barbie says, can't help but think you crossed the line here. If you believe so strongly in her innocence, this doesn't help not make Karen's side of things look good. I don't represent Karen's side of things. I represent me and only me. That's what I don't represent Karen Reed. When I go to this, I want answers. I want to know why this filthy, psychotic cunt Googled how long to die in cold when plotting to put John's body out there. The fact that you would even think to type something this stupid and actually pretend that I did something wrong to this filthy, murdering cunt tells me that something is wrong with your moral compass, Barbie. This is not a classless approach. You know what's classless, Barbie? Murdering a Boston police officer and throwing him out on the front lawn to die. That's classless. I wish you had the same energy when calling that up. Now back to the show. Back to the show here. Hold on. Back. I hear the noise.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
1 second.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nuttall to the stand.
Nuttall? Who's this?
Face the card. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury of the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you. Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
Firefighter, okay.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝐴mbulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of 𝗪𝗡𝗏. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of 𝗪𝗏, class 268 in 𝗪𝗏, and worked for the 𝗪𝗡𝗏 Fire Department for about 18 months.
Gotcha.
And then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, Advanced Life Support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Gotcha.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something?
He's a nice
what are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
You use the term in there as far as a preceptor. What exactly does that mean within your field?
So a preceptor is
the jail.
A senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yes, so I was a field training officer for the 𝗃𝗏𝗏 for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing, and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group, Group 2.
And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to in general being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years we are required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Get to the point. Did you hear her say I do?
Turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Who gives a fuck?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the 10-5?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, ladder 1 and ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now,
I swear to God, he's just boring Jerry to sleep.
with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th.
Thank you.
From Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th. Right. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reportedly coming?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
You were working that day. Let's talk about.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
Okay.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information.
I know.
So
it's hard
when that came on, we had
it's hard.
One of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters, who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
Senior.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flematti and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
You know who was on Engine 3 and who was in Car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robery. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger?
Who cares?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, an interosseous drill kit, the airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what if any description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
He's dead, typically.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity.
Look at this sample.
They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to
They don't serve that.
monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve masks?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct? Yep. Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍 was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was just a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just 1 second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And
boring the fuck out of it.
So you're working sort of
murder trap
at the head of Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
The whole point of this.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍, any visual observations you made of Mr. 𝗪𝗂𝗍 at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the bag valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming. I could hear people yelling.
Okay, what do you say?
And it seemed just to be that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some points you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, right, the upper arm.
And you used the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
For lack of a better term, is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we replaced our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. Appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well. Yeah.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device? What is it?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment and the 3 females are.
Okay,
in your
finally.
general area,
Here we go.
correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flematti. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by 𝗕𝗏 Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, Firefighter Flematti, excuse me, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flematti ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance, and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flematti, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have just one moment.
Yes.
Like, just to be clear, people are calling a liar. I'm not saying he's lying, right? It doesn't matter if Karen Reed said I hit him.
So when it comes to the report that we were, that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flematti.
And have you seen firefighter Flemmatti's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
If she hit him and she admitted it at the scene, that's a fucking confession. Why wasn't she arrested for murder right then and there? They just let her leave with the murder vehicle? Oh yeah, that makes nobody at that scene thought that she fucking hit him with the car. Nobody.
So, John, your document actually just do that. Look up and finish.
All right.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the NFIRS report written by Captain Robbery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flematti.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
May have just one go.
Okay.
I mean, this has been going on for almost a fucking hour. This one witness who has basically told us that he says that he heard Karen Reed say, I hit him.
No objection.
Patient care report.
That's
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
nothing at all. If Karen Reed said she was a fucking vampire at the scene, it doesn't make her a fucking vampire, okay? Like, what the it doesn't matter if she said I hit him.
Thank you.
It doesn't fucking matter. Science says she didn't.
Sir, if I could ask for the lights in the little. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9.
Now, what do we got here?
Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Oh, it's me in the shower. It's me in the shower. You cracked the case.
Basically that button on top there.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask you, recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around him. You see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observe that.
They're right around in this general area. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that light?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, ma'am.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. 𝗟𝗟. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
All right. And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. Not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Who said no to that answer question?
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
Oh, God.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach you? Not a heavy coat.
Yeah.
Fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
Ooh, I like this. He's good.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three?
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
All you white women.
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
And horse teeth.
So
horse teeth.
Some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
where you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head?
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You see what he's getting at, though, right? Like you're focused on this. Maybe you misheard.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
Maybe you misheard that.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry,
Awesome.
excuse my accent.
No. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one,
I've never heard that term. But a
it's
furrow.
gonna be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right, so when you said furrows,
Speaking of my cousin,
you
I hit him.
made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors and you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
Kind of like a.
You would agree that a
Yeah.
very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Come on.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you've just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
I just realized I was muted. I said, in fairness, is this guy trained to know, like, assess whether or not injuries came from a fight? I mean, that's an honest question. I don't know if he's trained to answer that question. I don't think he's a medical examiner. I don't know. But if he is trained, then why not answer the question, right? Seems like he wants to answer the question, so let him answer it. I don't know.
Thank you.
Sir.
Little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fist fights?
Yes.
Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
The ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. I mean, you could get hit with a golf ball,
of course,
for instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. I'm asking, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that?
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, 𝗕𝗏 was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She's tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flematti with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
Yes, that's Anthony, Tony, yes.
All right, he was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flematti was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
He could be mistaken. I don't want to use the word lying.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that.
Is this Lindsay Gattani answer?
Meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't.
I'm sorry. I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
You did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, "I hit him," and that's the cause and manner of injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say, "I hit him," out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, "I heard this person say I hit him"?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Oh, interesting.
And by the time we've come full circle to today,
Wow.
that statement has now pivoted.
Wow.
In terms,
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
What?
Have you, just one last point. You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there's been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And,
Yeah.
and nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Mr. Nuttall, when it comes to being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Prof?
Sorry, so rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during an interview, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flematti to the stand.
Another firefighter. Great. Awesome. Fucking boring. It's a half day.
Face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flematti, last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the 𝗃𝗏 Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012. March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the 𝗵𝗄𝗄𝗆 Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what if any training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Okay, so this is
Describe
going
to
to
me
be
a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is.
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working in.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Kearney Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Kearney, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Kearney?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
And do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
Okay.
And where is
Will he get to
Station
anything
1?
interesting?
99 Revere Street.
I'm thinking no.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to Ambulance 1 along with you at that?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire in EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame of 28, 29, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before, I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take it back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, is a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than and without the weather to get to Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that
Like
type of thing. It's all third party
9
documented.
firefighters on this list. If they are
May I approach the
all
witness,
fucking
Sean?
like this,
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking you to direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page in, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we had transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
That destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to
Jesus Christ.
Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as it?
So we had the fire apparatus. There was another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see 2 female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground, is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point of sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flematti, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tilali. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Remind you, please do
Not in
not
session
discuss
tomorrow?
this case
Why
with
not?
anyone. Don't do any independent
Session tomorrow?
research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the
Maybe.
case, please disregard it, let us know. And we'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a hot day. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
I mean, what a waste of time these firefighters are. Okay. Well, I didn't think there was a way to make the Karen Reed murder trial boring, but Adam Lally certainly found a way, didn't he, folks? Like, let's bring up all the firefighters. There's like 9 firefighters on the list. He's going to get their whole fucking bio for an hour each. And then finally get to the good part, which is ultimately they're going to say that, oh, she said, I hit him. Okay. And as it turns out, they didn't say that she said, I hit him until speaking with Michael Proctor. The second people start talking to Michael Proctor, their story suddenly changes, right? Like, let's not forget the interview with DPW director. What was that old gentleman's name? Why am I drawing a blank? The old guy, the Canton DPW Canton DPW director, Michael Trotta. Yeah. So he interviews Michael Trotta, and all of a sudden Michael Trotta says, no, nobody plowed the roads. We didn't plow Fairview Road that night. But then,
hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you got to be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life. Do you really know? I mean, it's a scare.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, they suddenly remember this shit. I don't know why. Anybody know why no court tomorrow? Anyone know? I don't know. Yeah, it's like, exactly. Like, can we get to the point? It's just like, I didn't think it was possible to make this shit boring. Court holiday, like May 1st? What is the holiday exactly? No, that was just another YouTube thing that populated on my thing. Let me show you guys. Let's see. Can we just watch? I want to see what some. I shouldn't watch this shit, but I can't. I gotta watch. I shouldn't.
Where they've set up to do with Vinny to do the podcast there, and so. I'll be there for that.
Oh, Karen Reed is guilty as fuck.
They initially had me scheduled for 9.
It's Jill Daniels.
I don't know if they don't have her.
That's Jill Daniels, isn't it? She doesn't care, huh? Okay. So I guess the highlight of the day was that I ain't watching this, dude. The highlight of the day was that I'm not giving it any more. It's stupid. The highlight of the day was that. To me, the Officer Saraf on cross-examination just basically said, yeah, I had a completely different story after I spoke with Michael Proctor. And after I went in front of the grand jury, I suddenly remembered that Karen actually said something much more incriminating. So a lot of people will say, well, how could we got to be careful the language we use. You can't accuse all these people being in on it. That's absurd, right? They're not all, like, this many people didn't conspire to frame some random woman to protect Colin Albert. Like, that's not plausible, right? So how did this happen, right? It's actually much simpler than that. It's just Michael Proctor doing it all. Michael Proctor is, You know, they're saying one story and then they speak to Michael Proctor and they have another story. And maybe like your memory's not that great. Maybe like and Alan Jackson was masterful because I'm like, how is he going to handle this firefighter? You're not going to go after him. You're not going to accuse him of being part of the conspiracy, right? That won't play well. Nobody's going to believe that nerdlinger is in on some sort of conspiracy. So you just point out like, maybe you don't remember that well. You were pretty busy that day, right? You were focusing on that. Then were you listening to all the details of what everyone was saying? And that's fair. Oh, the puffy jacket part. So I got to go back and listen to that. He said that John had a puffy jacket on. John did not have a puffy jacket on. So if he misremembered whether or not John was wearing a puffy jacket or not, certainly he could misremember what Karen Reed said. And by February 8th, it was already all over the news that she was arrested for this. And what was she arrested for? Saying, allegedly, I hit him. It was in the news. It was all over the place. So maybe he heard that too. Maybe Proctor, did you hear him say that? Yeah. And then he said we talk about it all the time at the station. That was the whole point. Wait, did I miss something there? Yeah, he didn't have he said J.O. was I got to go back and listen. I'm not going to lie. I got so bored. I was like a kid in school. I just didn't listen to every word. I kind of zoned out at the end there. They showed a pic of it, I think, of the puffy coat. He said he was dressed for the weather. I didn't see any. The picture of him at CF McCarthy's doesn't show him in a puffy coat. Oh, yeah, it's put on top CPU.
You know, per se, like for the people at home, like these people I want to try and get her in this for the people at home. Matthew Kelly was driving, taking a right, and they know this morning. Different.
That's gonna reload this. I'm gonna keep
15%. It was just 25.
You know, when Karen comes out, and I'll put it back on, Tom. So fill me in. Did I miss something here? When do we hear the 911 call? I don't know. This is a great. No one's answered this. I don't know the answer to that. Apparently, they just want to drag this out as long as possible. How did the EMS know the 34 Fairview address if Jen called in 32? Probably because by the time EMS got there, the cops were already on scene, and Carrie Roberts' car was parked right there, and they just kind of went to the dead body. I'm guessing. This whole thing about why Brian Albert didn't come outside, they're already trying to make excuses for Brian Albert. It's just wild. Like, no one else came outside. Okay. Jackson made him distinguish between the hoodie versus the coat. Okay, right. So tonight is the Turtleboy live show and the Bruins game. Bruins will probably be wrapping things up, hopefully, by the time the show starts. Who was the walker by the car? It's good. I mean, apparently just some dude. Like Mullaney was like stayed there till 8 o'clock, he said. It's like, and you didn't like put crime scene. I know you're new, you're a rookie, but like you didn't put crime scene up. You didn't go in the house. Like, wait till Lank takes a stand. Interesting they didn't call Lank or Good or any of those guys. And again, I hit him shit doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck what she said. I don't care if she said, like, I ran over John going 24 miles an hour at 62 feet. I don't give a fuck if she says that. Because science says she couldn't. So it's like, yeah, no, you didn't, bitch. You didn't do that. Sorry. Okay, was the EMT just using the puffy jacket? That's what I thought. That's what I heard him say. Should we go to Melanie Little? She'll probably have some interesting takes on this. Wait, is she behind? I go over to hers, and she's like behind.
Public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the
Why is she so
sidewalks,
far
the
behind?
apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume.
So she's not hearing a sidebar on every single objection. Price, again, thanks for another one. Tell this judge to stop sighing in the mic. Oh,
It's 11 o'clock.
says photographer here. Photo is blown out of contrast and exposure, and that goes back to Sphere Super Chat. Bob Motto would be happy to do a show with you. Let's do it. Yes, I was in bumped on, and within 1 second, lies. Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera wasn't pointed in that direction. I thought
You will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was
All right, cool. Anyway, it looks like she's still going for some reason. Maybe she's on delay.
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And
I don't know. But so we're not going to get any analysis from her. What else are people saying? Oh, let me read a turtle chat here real quick. Lizzie T sends $25 and says, courtroom, more like torture chamber. Good Lord, seriously. Oh. Paulie G sends $10 and says, Lally didn't have the balls to ask the medic if his injuries were consistent with being struck by a vehicle. Telling. It's true. It's true. And they allowed the question from Jackson about that. If this, I'm surprised she allowed that, to be honest with you. About like, are his injuries consistent with being in a fight? I thought she'd be like, well, what does he know? $5 from Jen says, where's the jacket? And are those rips in the arm of the jacket also? Good question. I'm first time hearing about a jacket. Let's see. Do we have any cash apps here? Mark sends $5 and says, running down the clock. Yes, that appears to be what they're doing. Okay. Anyone else have anything? Oh no, Aidan. What? I picked an embarrassing question to highlight. Which one was that? Let me know when Tom CPU's back up. I'm going to go to the current questions, or when Karen's coming out. I'd like to go to that. She does commentary while this thing is going on. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. That's interesting. Bruins scored. I mean, they're whooping them. So, I mean, they should win. They only lost by 1 in the one game they lost. I mean, we should have swept this team. Celtics should have swept. Bruins should have swept. How'd you like to be a Toronto Maple Leafs fan? All they do is lose to the Bruins all the time. It's like a guarantee. Exactly. Jen put it in her head, period. Saraf was the big loser of the day. He just seemed like a lazy, corrupt cop. Probably. He eats a bologna sandwich. Any comment on 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗺 approaching 𝗦𝗵𝗲𝗀𝗺 to keep Brian Albert out of the reporting? That is the name of the reporter, 𝗦𝗵𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀, who contacted me and told me that Ken Berkowitz contacted him on February 1st and said, can you take that tweet down that mentions that the dead body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn? Brian Albert is a pillar of the community, he was told. So immediately, this Berkowitz guy had an immediate interest in covering for Brian Albert. Everyone in town did. No footprints to the house. Well, the body was allegedly moved 3 hours before that. And then a light dusting of snow fell on top of that. I'm not sure how he would see footprints. AJ was fantastic today. He was great. Yeah, crazy seeing Jen McCabe walking into the house on dash cam. Seriously. I think that's the first time he saw that too. I know. It's just like, yeah, just go inside. Yeah, just go in there. They're out, Turtleboy. Okay, I'm going to go over that. Oh, let's go over to that.
Oh, no, more than that. Down, just checking to make sure the stairs are working.
That's up. Check. Check.
I wasn't. Good. Nice.
So I can stream, dude. No, here they come. There's Karen and crew.
Great job. Hi, Karen.
Goodbye. Love you.
Anything interesting happening?
I got your wife, Craig. Funny, they seem to find it hours and hours later when it's much more going. That's all done.
We're missing what we were talking about, Tom. Come on. That's it.
See you, Tom.
Good to see you. Good to be seen.
What happened to
Good job
JLR?
today, guys.
JLR just never came. One time, one hit wonder. I guess he's not going to make this trial all about him.
How you liking the GoPro?
So that's it. Okay. Mr. Reed. Come on, Tom. You got to ask him questions.
Let's go. You got to pull her away.
Where can I watch this? Where can I watch him talk?
Good day. How's your phone?
No, we bought them.
Good,
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
good, good,
But I
good.
had to share one because, you know, the guy, that guy that we hired for.
Yeah.
His wife came through into California.
Yeah.
And
All
she
right,
did
all
that.
right.
Listen, how come
You
you
know,
guys can't drink in the courtroom or have anything?
All right. So Tom's let me down here. Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything? I mean, I'm going to go do some write-ups on this. Haven't had a chance to write up anything in a while on this. Got to get to work. But yeah, that's about it, I guess, for now. Let's see. Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to go over all this and more on the live show tonight. So tune in for that. We'll have some good analysis of it. And yeah, see you guys at 9. Peace, Turtle Riders.